Yo, what's up? So final week before the Pro Quests, we have some games to play. There are the new meta game with Aurora hitting the bench feels interesting. I mean, there are a lot of decks that popped off. So there are a lot of decks that I feel completely viable for this season. Obviously, the biggest winner is Florian, but I think we're going to test some more decks. We can start by running a few Florian games or something. So I still consider Jarl to be a solid deck. Boreal. Yeah, what's up, Freeze? Yeah, I mean, we can play some other decks, I agree. No worries. No, I mean, I honestly want to test. It's the same for me as well. That I'm trying to figure out what's the correct deck to try. The problem I have with current Florian is that I do not think you have enough agency in the mirror match. I'm not sure how much agency you have in the mirror match, but that's a typical problem for a lot of mirror matches. Maybe I'm just a bit biased, but in general, I still consider Florian to probably be the best deck in the current meta game, so I'm not so sure if I still want to play Florian in the Pro Quest or not. The problem is I don't know many decks that can have a decent matchup into Florian while having a decent matchup into other decks. I've tried Jarl over the weekend and I got some promising results. The question is, the problem with Guardian right now is that there are a lot of matchups that are really hard. Oh. 6? Okay. Let's go. This matchup most of the time is really hard for Kaio. So let's see. He's afraid he will miss. Oh yeah, he had enough fear, that was the problem. Yeah, so traditionally in this matchup, the thing is that it's really hard for Kaio to outvalue you and you get a lot of value for blocking, so I think the only way for us to lose the game is if the game for some reason ends too fast and we don't manage to decompose or keep up the tempo. I don't think fatigue is realistic into Kaio nowadays. I think I can simply block. It's not like my attack is that relevant. I mean, if we take no damage from the first Blood Rush, I think I'm fine with this trade. Oh, we could have simply used Purgatory. Nah, I guess it's fine. And now I know my Failing will be active. still don't have 2 earths for decompose, I think. Yeah, we need an extra earth for decompose. Okay, and we got a canopy shelter, that's great. So if we could do something along the failing rounds. Yes, the biggest question here from the Kaiju perspective is if he manages to keep up the tempo. And that's pretty much a list check. I think our opponent probably used blindly a deck because they left no fear in their deck. I don't think you're ever supposed to add no fear in your list. Unless they have a very tight sideboard, but traditionally I think that's a mistake. I don't see any reason why you would want to add no fear versus Florian, unless it's something like a one-off and they felt like the one copy sometimes saves you from disruption. That's the only thing that makes sense. But in general, that's the problem with Kaiju, and it really depends on how your list is, that it's not so easy to swing with 4 cards every turn if you don't have a natural GA. And you don't always have a natural GA, so you need to set up a bit. Okay. I mean, we got literally free tempo here. I think I'm going to overblock with Shelter, overplaying the Arcane Seeds. And no. That's more value to simply play that rather than... That gives me 3 value, that gives me 3 value, so it's literally the same. No, that gives me 2 value, so okay, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, we take 1, we deal 3. If we block, we would have generated 2 value for blocking. Yeah, okay. I also thought about running Kaiju in this current meta game because the thing is that it feels like a deck that can tackle the meta game. The biggest question is if there is any way for you to deal with Florian. If there is a way to deal with Florian, yeah, then I can find reasons why you would want to play Kaiju. Otherwise, not so sure. On the other hand, Levia makes a lot of sense. Levia makes a lot of sense now. I mean, I know that Levia feels like the typical Dorinthia meme where in every single meta game they pop and say that it's finally Dorinthia meta game. But I think in this meta game, Levia makes a lot of sense. I mean, you have a matchup into Prism, you have a good matchup into Prism, you have a game into Florian, which I don't think there is another brute that can say that. You know, Syndra is not the most oppressive aggro deck, so, you know, maybe between your equipment you can gain the tempo. I don't know. I think Levia is in a good spot. If the deck was much stronger, if Levia was much stronger, it would be a different story. I think the only reason that maybe now we are not so sure about Levia is because the deck is weak. An important part is how decks do into Syndra Fi as well. I agree. I mean, Alex told me that he started testing, you know, a lot of Fi. He started testing Fi for, you know, PQs and stuff. And it makes a lot of sense for Fi to currently be good. Because, I mean, Fi is in a really good position right now. You know, the thing is, you know, can he deal into Azalea? Is there any game plan where Fi can follow that, can have a matchup into Nu, etc, etc. But again, that's the problem with Nu. I mean, it's such a joke if that's the case, but Nu feels a bit too fair for the environment compared to the rest of the Mistvale heroes. I mean, Nu feels a bit too fair currently. And even though I played a lot of No, I don't like the game plan you need to follow in order to play into a heavy Florian meta game. Popping Sass with 3 cards in hand. Okay. Yeah, these type of approaches most of the time, no. Yeah, these type of approaches most of the time happen if you you know play this matchup like it's an aggro matchup. I mean, I think that's the mistake our opponent is doing right now, that he's super scared of losing tempo and he wants to keep the pressure up, rolls Kabskin every turn, tries to keep the tempo up. I mean, sometimes you just need to accept that you won't be able to do that. Yeah, it's nice to be forced to change playstyle in a deck you haven't joined. It's not... Okay... I'm fine taking the 5. Yeah, I mean, no, the thing is that I no longer enjoy the pure fatigue playstyle of Nu. From the new perspective, when Kayo was still around, it was an interesting take that if Kayo greeds a bit too much, that you sometimes try to fatigue him. While on the other hand, your main game plan was never, to fatigue them. But now the committed fatigue deck with Nu, I never enjoyed that. I'm super curious about the Living Legend point update, because Florian is super good, but he wraps the meta too much. I don't expect Florian to have that many wins this week, which in my opinion is the worst case scenario, because he keeps so many decks out, but get destroyed by some other super uninteractive decks. Red Bull Azalia, Combo Syndra, so I personally dislike this meta. But there is no change on the horizon, because Florian, the one I think is responsible, won't LL either. The bans have to shake things up a lot. I really hope for Mask of the Pouncing Links to be banned. Okay, that's a lot of things to tackle. So first of all, I never try to guess what LSS is going to do, because so far I never figure it out, because most of the time they have something, a completely different, approach in their mind to what I'm expecting. So I have no idea what they're going to do with Living Legend points. I think that the Roll of Honor is something that's really cool. It's a really fun thing, the Roll of Honor. So actually feeling that you've committed to Living Legend, a powerful hero, that's really nice. That's a really nice feeling. So my guess is that they would try to keep this thing around, while maybe giving points from other slots. I don't know either, or that's what makes it so interesting. I hope for some big shakeups. So if Florian gets hit, like if Carapace gets Living Legend or something, gets banned or something, I think it would be a bit unfair to Florian. And we cannot decompose. Yeah, I think that would be slightly unfair to Florian, in the sense that we've had way more oppressive top tier deck compared to Florian, but now the metagame is stale and we need the shake up. I mean, it would be unfair to Florian in the sense that we've had way more powerful tier 1 decks compared to Florian. So why are we hitting Florian? Even though I can totally see the sense that if High Seas is not on the power level that we currently are in Constructed, maybe the set gets completely skipped. But if we can see a pattern, even though we don't have enough years back nowadays, from last year and the year before, It feels like one of the most powerful sets comes out in the summer, comes out here, the mid set. So I feel like Hysis is probably going to be closer to Mistveil compared to Haunted. Was Enigma meta better, warping and keeping a whole classes out of the game? I don't know, Mood Blank. I mean, that's the thing, that yeah, you are not as oppressed. You probably have more options now, but you know, what decks can actually tackle Florian while having a decent matchup to the rest of the meta game? Well, no, I think the problem is from some other way, that currently Florian, there is no illusionist type of deck to counter Florian. That's the only weird thing. So hopefully Necromancer fills that slot, you know. If you played the greedy, defensive, new fatigue decks, you were getting destroyed by, you know, Enigma or something. I don't know regarding the rest of the meta game, but probably I think I would agree that this meta is much better mainly because Enigma was a bit too powerful. Because now I think if you show up with Dreadbore Azalea and, you know, in your Horizon, Dreadbore Azalea, and you get lucky twice while, you know, with two opts, I think you destroy Florian. It's really hard for them to win that matchup if you draw decent. And I don't think that was the case with Enigma. I don't think there were many decks that have a decent matchup to the rest of the field while having a game into Enigma. But I think in the next... what kind of paint actor is this guy? AB to head. I mean, it makes... Gentile, it makes sense sometimes versus, I don't know, okay, maybe. I mean, he was either testing something or he's a bit new. Yeah, anyway, so in the bans, in the restricted list, I am 100% expecting to see Death Dealer getting the chop. It will be really weird to me if Death Dealer is not getting the chop. The duality of talishar games, yeah. Oh, I can flip. For new Ranger, yeah. I don't think anything is intended with Death Dealer from the new Ranger. Let's take the 3. I don't think the new Ranger is at all intended to play with Death Dealer. Maybe it's just banning Ace will be enough. Ace in the ledge. Oh. Well. You mean 3 of a kind? Yeah, 3 of a kind. I don't think the problem for me is 3 of a kind. I don't think 3 of a kind is the problem. I honestly think that the sequencing between the weapon and Marilyn is going to be too powerful to simply ignore. Yo, what's up to Magic? How are you doing? Yeah, so I don't think. Good to Magic. How about you? We will relieve Legacy if Death Dealer is untouched. I think Marlin is probably going to be the top tier aggro deck either way. But the biggest question is, are they going to... Is Marlin going to be simply a powerful deck because it runs 3 of a kind and Codex, or is Marlin going to be a broken deck because it has Death Dealer, Draw, or Reload? Have they ever done erratas? They have done once, but on a token hero. I mean, adult heroes used to be tokens, not majestics. They made an errata on a young and adult hero from like the 3rd set they've ever printed, 4th or something. But it was a token. I don't think they have ever errata the card. The strength of Lexi came from Go Again, not from the ability to reload. That's true. The Magic, you're not wrong there. But also now we have access to more Go Again arrows compared to then. But yeah. Playing fun aggro decks in the meantime. Yeah. That's the best spot to be in. I mean that's the thing. What do you think? Open the floodgates restriction coming up, yeah. Good morning, Dio. Inside of Dio, Gentagelo is a day 0 Kano player, so maybe he has figured out something. I mean, I can see the approach that I also don't enjoy that Kano is this one-trick pony of running 18 copies of the good top deck cards and pray. I hope Cerebellum gets touched. I don't think Cerebellum will get touched. Because I don't think there is a... Even if Cerebellum gets touched, I don't think that will give us back High Octane. I think we are literally in the waiting room of High Octane point 2. I don't think we will ever get back High Octane. The same goes with Crown of Seeds. I don't think these cards are ever coming back, unfortunately. Even though I would love to play a Crown of Seeds Florian or Crown of Seeds Verdance. Honestly, Floodgates feels like tomes, don't they? It's not as easy. I think the annoying part... I don't think it's a power level thing, for me. I don't think it's a power level thing. I don't enjoy the fact that sometimes it feels like I'm playing a deck where it's either top deck or bust, and that's the best way to play the hero. Top deck or bust. Because if you top deck, you kill them out of 40 and nothing matters. I don't think they like that type of shenanigans. I don't think they like the, you know... Oh, I top deck 5 cards that pay off and you left with no AB at 40. What a huge mistake you made. I would love this turn to be able to give Purgatory. But... Oh, I'm chatting. I had Sing Below in Arsenal. Report me. Had Sing Below in Arsenal. I could look for a non-attack. It wouldn't be a top priority for LSS, but they did say they wanted to tone down on fun strategies to face, or they will just wait Kano out. Well, aggro decks are the unfun decks for me. Through that. Bonds unbanned, you heard it first. A mod blank, that wouldn't make that... That would make some sense, but I think they just need to print a type of bonds of card, simply for... do I ever lose the game if I block here? Let's go to 17. I don't think it matters. I mean, that's the second Blood Rush, but they don't have an equipment. I think we can simply start pressuring their life total. There is no reason to wait. My mistake this turn was not using the sync below to look for a non-attack, because that would have saved me a lot of damage. The carapace makes sense. You need to make decompose more challenging. Belasville, I agree, but I think the decompose without the D-reacts is a bit too challenging. I mean, I wouldn't mind Carapace getting the chop if they give Earth Heroes a new decompose in high seas. If they get the blue attack, the blue majestic attack. Oh, Bonds is broken card. I hope it never leaves its oblivion. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Katsu back. I would love to see a card that pushes Katsu back in the game, and probably the only card that can do something like that is Bonds. I don't think any other card can actually do something similar. By the way, I said restrict and not ban floodgates. I don't think we will ever see restrictions in Classic Constructed. I think in Classic Constructed cards are either legal or not legal. I don't think there is an in-between in Classic Constructed. And the only reason in Living Legend they are not banned is that, you know, this is supposed to be the format where you're playing with everything. If the yellow one, almost every powerful defense reaction has 3 max defense lately. Yeah, okay, I see your point. Okay, we kept our blue. I mean, if I get a blue, it's disaster. No, no, no. Okay, let's take 2 damage. I don't think it really matters. I mean, didn't they restrict bonds pre-tome ban? No, they banned the yellow and the blue. Oh yeah, if that's what you mean by restriction, sure. But that's not a restriction. A restriction means you can run X1 copy. That's a ban on the red bonds. Yeah, if you mean if they ban yellow and blue floodgates, sure, I could see that happening. Because bonds was a mistake. Yeah, I think that's the most common problem that LSS used to have. I think all the problematic cards that broke Constructed were mainly cards that they were expecting to use in draft. It was the same with Seeds of Agony back in the day with Monarch, and it was the same with Bonds. That Bonds was supposed to be the payoff to play Katsu in Outsiders draft. It was never supposed to be the card you were running X9 and Constructed. I mean, T-Magic, that's my take, that they designed bonds in order to give a payoff to Katsu. But that was it. I mean, you in the Outsiders draft, like, you opened a bonds and you're like, cool, I'll take the bonds and I'll try to draft Katsu. Or, you know, or from the other perspective, Benji would never pick bonds, so in pack 3, if you were the only Katsu on the table and someone opened the bonds, you would get a free bonds by the end of that pack. Yeah, the printed bonds for Katsu were good, but even Katsu was too good with bonds. I agree. Lord Pickle, hello, yo, what's up? I could see LSS unbanning red bonds just for Katsu to LL until new ninja. I mean, it's a bit back and forth if they do that. I mean, it's like they're telling us that, you know, yeah, it's a bit too back and forth for me if they do that. I think they simply need to print a Katsu specialization that has a similar effect, and that's it, and call it a day. Katsu will not live in Legend with bonds. He wouldn't even live with noun bonds currently. That's a hot take. I mean, look, if you play the +1 every of your combo cards and you randomly play 2 bonds, I don't think there is any deck that can deal that damage output right now. And the ceiling is much lower compared to what the Dragonic heroes need to do to achieve that board state. When did he make 4 mites? Actually did 3 and 1 this Saturday in the Armory. First time I felt how to play Brute against stuff. By the way, Marlin from High Seas is going to be a powerhouse. Hot prediction right here, yeah. Yeah, I'll be doing a deck with Hamish from Push the Point from Marilyn, so I'm super excited about her as well. I don't think there is any hero from the high seas which I'm not going to tinker with. Discard Wind Up, block with Apex, and Clash of Might, yeah. Might, Wind Up, Apex, and one from their turn, yeah, okay. I would also like to see some more love to the Brute class. I mean, I think Kaiju is such an interesting deck to have a decent aspect on the metagame, but I don't like the fact that he doesn't have many options in deck building. But maybe that's completely intended. Maybe that's what they wanted to do with KO. Like, to be this linear aggressive deck, you have some choices in deck building, but you know, it's pretty straightforward. You know, there are some decisions, but the deck, it's pretty straightforward, etc. You know. But even with 4 Might and Bloodrust turn, you just didn't lose a single HP. Yeah, I mean, that's the powerhouse of Space Purgatory. I don't think any mid-range Runeblade will ever run anything different. I think this card is just insanely broken. I don't think... Yeah, I think that's silly now, but I can actually do that. Yeah, I think I'd love to... I'm really excited about the expansion slot cards. Because we haven't seen a lot, we haven't, you know, they always are the cards that pretty much shake the meta game. But it's like the actual classic or red aggro go face from a lot of card games, I think, and it's always good to have one of those as it is speed check for slow leg. Wednesday spoil day is at last, can wait. That's great. I mean, I don't think you can. I can see what Picol is saying, that there is some more traditional aggressive archetypes, you know, in the game, etc. But I don't think it's easy to make the comparison, because the problem with Flesh and Blood is that it's much more complex to that. And the traditional, you know, play my hand every single turn is more like Ninja, not Brute so much. Brute is forced to play a lot of blues, a lot of non-blocks, a lot of cards that don't work together. Yeah, and that's fine if, you know, the spread can go up enough, you know. But I feel like currently the spread can't get high enough. This aggro deck is more like Syndra or FaB. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yo, Kabi! I played DAS in Saturday. I forgot to add my boost cards. I lost to Prism. I'm stupid, I'm quitting the game. The Prism plan was so perfected. Yeah, I know. Yeah, by the way, guys, to give you some context, I played that Abomination. Yeah, I played this magnificent deck this Saturday. This magnificent deck. But I swapped some cards and cut a lot of boosts, and I lost to Prism for no reason. So yeah. And also Kabi, I feel like the Syndra matchup is really bad. And we have a lot of Syndras in Greece. Because we are the OG FaB dojo here in Greece. What I mean, it's way more complex, because the game as a whole is more complex, of course, than almost any other TCG, but you could still try to do all damage every turn and hope it is enough to overwhelm the opponent. Some decks I found out just can always handle the numbers if you get a few good turns with KO. Then again, I know you guys are probably right, as my experience is so limited. No, I mean that's the general approach of every single deck. I mean, if you want to describe what an aggro deck is in Flesh and Blood, an aggro deck in Flesh and Blood is a deck that always wants to play with 5 cards and almost always ignore what the opponent is doing and simply attack every turn. And that's literally, I think, the definition of an aggro deck in Flesh and Blood. Oh, Luganis. We have Trot along, the dwarf is here. I think with KO it's the same problem like Boost Mechanologist and other deck building restrictions to have above tier cards. But when everything else is increasing in power around, they are left behind. Yeah, I agree. what Modblanc says makes a lot of sense. I mean, back in the day, like a few years back, you know, the boost cards, the 1 for 5 go again, throttle, zipper, hit 0 to 60. This card felt decent because a card that had the flexibility to either be a 1 for 5 go again or a 1 for 5 and the 3 block was good enough. I think that's no longer the case. We need new Katsu Mastery next. I don't know why Ira got an armored deck and not Katsu. But I guess it's maybe because it's better for introduction. Maybe it's better for intro stuff. Should I copium a bit more? Okay, should I copium a bit more with no? Okay. Okay. Huh? 3 of my friends won their ProQuest with Nu this weekend. So you're basically saying I'm a bad player. I accept that criticism. I accept that criticism. So what you're saying is we need the Brute Mastery set next? I agree. I mean, what was the last set we ever went to a Brute thingy? The last set we had a Brute hero was Heavy Hitters. Okay, there is no way we are not going to Savage Lands September. There is literally no way we are not going to Savage Lands. Or something. Or back to the monastery and have Necromancer Brute. What's up, Black? Not everyone can face Kevin Zanker in the finals. Well, I'm half expecting going to the monastery. Bye! What is this Alex role player here doing? I'll give you a second. Ooh, ooh. Let's add the Syndra sideboard. Hello, thinking. So I don't think I want the Siren Skull. I want all the DD acts. I should add all the DD acts. I don't think I want Siren Skull. Do I want the Erase face into FaB? Do I even care about what their deck is doing? I think I do. But I need to cut 3 cards. Yeah, I'm cutting the spec. Maybe I don't need the pain in the backside. Maybe I don't need to be this aggressive. I think I can trim both of them. Screw it. No Erase face. Let's go. Necromancer Brute. No, not a single class. I mean Necromancer, Brute. Monarch 3 is 2026, I agree, Kabi. I think you are 100% correct. Who is that guy? Who is which guy? Because of the gem pack having the Prism and Viscera cards for their LL decks. Okay, they are leaking some damage here, but I guess it's fine. Honestly, I think it would be interesting. Let's go! Yo, what's up, Void? Because of the Jetpack having the Prism and Viserai cards for their LL decks. Honestly, I think it would be interesting there was an Elemental Brood somehow. Pico, you go through the whole thought process we've been in Flesh and Blood for the past a lot of years. I need to block with Codex now. Mom, this guy is making me block with Codex. We can't balance classes by slapping elemental talent on them for real. Is there any way I can bait out the D-React first? No, I think I should open with... I don't think this will ever get double blocked, so I don't want to get hit by a defense reaction. Or because I don't have a defense reaction, I need to Spider's Bite. But if I Spider's Bite, there's no way they're giving me equipment. How important it is to get this through. I mean, this is double blocked quite easily. Now I think I missed Blade. Let's go fight! Yeah, what's up, Flashback? Alex told me that this is one of the roughest matchups for FaB, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think there is any universe where I'm not using Mask here. And getting rid of the Phoenix Flame this early seems good enough. Passover is illegal, yeah. I agree. Is there any universe where I'm not dealing the damage and I want to keep this for bonds? No. Is there any reason to keep the other token? No. Ban Passover, Smork. Yeah, I agree. Loyalty, sure. Okay, we get rid of the Phoenix Flame. Sure. Pascal will execute you if you arsenal an attack reaction. Ban everything that is good against my deck. Oh yeah. All I'm asking for is for them to unban Crown of Seeds. I'm not asking for anything silly or weird. Just gives us Crown of Seeds back. I promise I'll be a good guardian. Any more PQ for you? We haven't had any PQs yet. Our first pro quest is this weekend and we have 2 pro quests. So it will actually be the first pro quest for me. And I have, again, traditionally, I have no idea what to play. Literally no idea. Florian is the best deck in the format. The deck I'm most experienced with is new. I don't... we have a lot of Prisms in the metagame, we have a lot of Syndras in the metagame, we have a lot of News in the metagame, we have a lot of Florians in the metagame. I have literally no idea what to play. It will be great anyhow. Thanks, Flashback. Ignite. The play is Mask of the Pouncing Lynx Syndra. I can see that. The Crucible says, won this past weekend with Slab Das against an Azalea of all things in the finals. That's the problem with Azalea. I thought about playing Azalea as well, but it's silly that sometimes you simply get fatigued. Otherwise, New Horizons is the best deck in the game. I don't think I block the ignite. I think I will sink away the pick to pieces, not the... I think I want to play the prognosis, or I can strike that away, but I think I definitely don't want to keep the pick to pieces. Okay. So the question now is, do we strike draw or do we prognosis mask? I think we strike draw. I really don't want to get blown by Dragon's Tailor Flighter Path. Like simply block. Is there any chance they don't have anything else? Is there any chance this is not a lava burst or something? I have one more pro quest, will be on fire. Enjoy playing him. Oh, nice. Have you played one already? How did you do, Flashback? Scaling Flashback is the typical aggro player, you know, route. Flashback is on the route to become the MVP aggro player. You know, started a bit with Brute, you know, now pivoting to Ira, that feels more like Brute, you know, and then finally realizing that he's an aggro player at heart and playing 5. Between the drop gem was not on my side. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the only problem with FaB right now. He's really strong into the Earth heroes, but sometimes... Oh no. So what did they have? Crucible, how many people did your PQ have? Oh, it did react, yeah, sure. Too much thinking and my brain hurts, yeah. Spreading flame, that's cheating. So I'm supposed to arsenal the chi here. They have spreading. We know the next attacks will deal more damage. 16. I played Barbed Riptide to Florian's and the Fang. We lost into the Fang but was close. 18 Naira, Florian. Okay. Brand. I think I need to use the one defense reaction here because they might not attack 2 more times. Surgical extraction. We will have Tunic. I think I'm simply looking for bonds at this point. I don't think I care to see any other card but bonds. I have Tunic up, I have a Chi in Arsenal, and I don't think I care to see any other card but the bonds. Surgical was a good replacement, but I think bonds is better. We need more pro quests in Greece, especially in Athens, I agree. I don't know why LSS completely screwed us over this time, honestly. I mean, to the fact that we only got like 3 pro quests. I mean, and it's not like there are no more shops. I mean, there are a lot of shops that are popping around in Athens, but anyway, hopefully that won't be the case later. Passing below. I don't think I care too much about saying below. No, no, no. But it will help me dig an extra card. 3 in all of Greece, yes. Less bug. That's the thing. We got like two in this weekend in Athens, and last weekend it had 1 in Thessaloniki. That's it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, wait, it's not like we are UK. It's not like I was expecting 10 or something, you know. But, you know, I have some friends in Portugal, and the feedback I got was that they had something like 5 to 6. And they have pretty much the same community with us, people-wise. Yeah, I mean, in one of the pro quests, I think it will have something like 50 people, yeah. We don't have a blue, and that's a bit of a problem. I'm really curious how close is New to LL. I really hope. I will sing. I really hope that I can play here at my nuts, but I'm pivoting to sleep because I feel like she will be gone by then. I think that's a safe bet. I think what you're saying is a safe bet. Okay. Did you have more in the past? Yeah, we did. We used to have more RTNs. Here, so I think I want to hold. Polish nuts are from 4 of 6 to July. Yeah, meets you have the same weekend nationals as we do. It will really depend on how powerful Nu will be in the new format, but I also feel like that she won't be legal at nationals. I think she was FaB TCG. Game, no? Game Living Legend. Oh, I still don't have a Live No Witness, right? I still don't have a Live No Witness. So I can't tunic boots here. That's annoying. No, 80-55. Yeah, there is no way. Mitch, there is literally no way she will be legal at Polish Nationals. And we still have 2 more weeks of ProQuest. No way. I'm sorry. Bonds, GA, Pitch Tunic, Arms, they have CNC. Arms, +1, GA, so I don't need the blue and I can save the Codex by using the Tunic. Yeah. Is there any chance they have interaction? No, I think I'm simply going to block the last attack. No, that's coming for 2, that's cheating. My girl will be gone, sad. At least there are 2 decent assassins that I can play. Yeah! I mean, assassins enjoyers, we are in a good spot currently. I don't think I've navigated this game perfectly. I think we've made a lot of missteps in blocking. They probably have a snag in Arsenal, right? Yeah, snag makes a lot of sense. I played 100 games with Sleepy over the last week, and Take Up the Mantle into Bonds is so good, yeah. Take Up the Mantle into Bonds, yeah, that needs to feel, that probably feels great. No, I mean I can simply fetch a Prognosis now. I can simply fetch a Prognosis rather than CNC. Or I can simply not play the Codex and pass. No, I think I should play Prognosis here. The fact that you can see this shows, have you played Sleepy? I've tested him a bit, mainly when other players from the team wanted to test versus him. It's a really interesting deck. It's a really interesting deck. But currently I think that because the strongest point of Sleepy for London was that he had a very good matchup in Enigma. And since that's not a factor right now, I think that if you want to play Assassin, probably you're supposed to play Nu. So I haven't played any games with Sleepy recently. Okay, at least we kept the tunic in the equipment. I think you're supposed to play Mario. I love Mario, man. But I don't think, should you play Mario? I don't think Mario has any chance in the Florian, and that's the same problem that Nu is faced with. I think this is the turn where they want to go off. So I think they most likely won't block, so it's fine that we have a direct in Arsenal and we might get some life of attraction. And we will get rid of the Phoenix or the Loyalty Beyond the Grave. I think I'm supposed to get rid of the Phoenix here, not the Loyalty. Sleep is really decent into all Dragonic Heroes, Guardians, and against Prism is most of the time a standard aggro matchup. Gabi, why do you think Mario is the best assassin right now? I wasn't expecting that to come from you. Mounting Angers. I don't think I need the CNC. I think the best assassin right now is Kano. Hands down. Gentagelo knows what's up. Playing a slightly more modified Sleepy with Mask of Momentum. Posted. I think I'm going to keep my full hand. Nah, I don't need levels. Hopefully we don't get threatened lethal though. I think the Dagger game plan is the best beating Florian, and it has a way better canon matchup than Noom. Reasonable. That's a reasonable take. Are you sure though the Dagger game plan is legit and it didn't just catch Florians off guard? Are you sure that's the case? Because I feel like that's the case. I feel like that experienced Florians still won't lose to the marionette list with daggers. Here is a list if you want to check. Yeah, Mitch, I was about to ask for that. Yeah, send me the list. I will try setting out backstabs for wreck pick to pieces. Oh, drop of the dragon blood. I mean, you're still assassin against Florian, not amazing. Yeah, I agree. What's the card they have in Arsenal? Are they trying to set up a huge turn? They did some big turns if they wanted to cast this out for 4 value. Or do they have a snag? I feel like they have a snag. The only card that makes sense to me is a snag. Or a salt the wound or something like that. I mean, if we keep our hand, they are giga dead. So literally just called out they have a snag. Literally doing the losing line into snag. I'll go down to 2. I'll go down to 2. Am I overthinking things? I think they have a snag. But they could have blocked Bonds of Attraction and protected their Phoenix Flame. Are they that insane? They could have protected. I think there was a spot they could have protected their Phoenix Flame. Oh, I don't know. Should I do the Bonds of Enlightenment or should I lose to Snag? If they block with Tunic, I'm pitching the prognosis for Boots. But what's their arsenal then? Another enemy assassin against Florian is the real matchup, but Sleepy is considered into Verdance because of constant disruption you have. Verdance is literally a buy, as no. I think Verdance, there is literally no game plan they can follow for you to lose. They don't have damage, they can't fatigue you, they can't combo off, they can't outvalue you, they can't outtempo you. If Verdance, literally, there is nothing she can do. If there is Verdance, if there is a Verdance in your meta, if there are Verdances in your meta game, bro, it's 5. Of course they are insane. I'm calling Alex. Alex Cab is calling you insane. Why play FaB when you can play Syndra? Because I think he has a better matchup into... Because he has a better matchup into the Earth Heroes. I think Syndra has higher highs, but FaB more consistent with the damage output. I think... It's pretty easy to figure out which is the card in my arsenal, the way I play, but I don't think they have an out. I think FaB... I think Mask of the Pouncing Link Syndra is better into Earth Heroes than FaB. Or maybe I play a blue pick, not red, so I can pump. Good game. Be right back. Let me check the meats list. Boo. Just ban Mask of the Pouncing Leaks. Okay. Flick Providence, Predition, Clave. Three copies of Jestanic. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 stealths. Easily no weakness, pain, razors, and you have a single death touch, that's all you got. 3B for gain of Bastion. And Backstab. Backstab is interesting. The only thing I don't love is the 3 copies of Just a Nick, but I get that, you know, some of your very powerful lines are with bonds. I think the only real debate for deck building in Arachne is the Just a Nicks. And the amount of blues. I like the 2 copies of Shred. If they ban Pouncing, I would love to see blue bonds unbanned since they are 0 for 6. That would be interesting. Blue bonds would be interesting. That's why I'm thinking of blue pick, not red. How do you feel into Prism with this list? Because your Art of Desire, Mask of Perdition is not great. You have the 6 infects, which are more than decent. So you go with Providence, you add all your poppers. I think you could be cutting the Art of Desire body into Prism. I don't think you need the Art of Desire body into Prism. I know it might mess up with the consistency of the deck, but you're at 64, I don't think you need the bigger deck size into Prism. I mean, I could totally see versus Prism cutting 3 Art of Desires and a Sing below, if you want to go with the 3 Just and Nicks. Or, you know, even 3 Art of Desires, 1 Just a Nick, something like that. I can totally see that Art of Desire bot is a 3-go again versus them. But I guess that he will go Heralds against you. So maybe you punish the Herald build a bit more if you run Desire Body. But that's the problem, if they are not on the Herald build, why would they not be on the Herald build though, if they're playing versus Arachne? Because you have a lot of go again to destroy auras. Like 9 red Heralds at max. Yeah, I still think I don't love the Desire Body. How many retrieves? Mitch is running 3 upsticks and run and 3 copies of Spinneret. Don't know a lot about Assassin, but this backstab a card in this meta. It makes some sense. I guess it's decent into Florian. I mean, pumping these up to 6 and then doing something small so they don't you get the value from the D-reacts. Yeah. Yeah, let's have a go. Ira. Ira is one of the decks where I'm fine with increasing the deck size a bit. Providence, not Perdition. Yeah, I guess we won't be that greedy. Yo, Pseudo Greco, thanks for the follow. Welcome. A bit low in marking, I think you need to be really efficient. But he doesn't really have a lot of payoffs for Mark. The only payoff for Mark is take up the mantle. I'll get greedy and block this. If they have an extender, we will take one more damage. Thinking about Sleepy for the pro quest this weekend. Sleepy's in a good position. Assassins are in general in a decent position. The real problem is how many Florians you're expecting. I think that's the only problem you will have as playing any type of assassin. If you dodge the Florians, the rest of the field is good. Because I'm not expecting a lot of prisms in pro quests. I think that's a better card for Arsenal. Yeah, that's definitely a better card for Arsenal. I'm guessing 5 out of the 52 will be prisms. That's not a lot, and if you get lucky with the matchups, you'll be fine. What do you think of snaps? Is it better to play them or black tracks? I think I prefer snap. Because the one turn you won't go again, you should be sure you will get your go again, I think. I think that's more important. Why we haven't flicked? I would consume the mark. I think I'm taking 2 and blooding the next card. Or I can simply block here. I have a pain. You would mill 3. Do I want to trade one of my flick activations for mill 3? I don't know if this game will go to fatigue yet. That's my problem. I think I can block with CNC. That's the thing. I don't know yet if this matchup is going to go to fatigue. If I knew it was going to fatigue, I would probably do that. But I'm not sure it will go to fatigue. Ah, it's annoying now that they kept the card. They Savior first. I'm a fan of the mill mechanic, no wonder Nu was my beloved character, yeah. I think this is a good spot to shred. If they block, I'm flicking. If they don't block, I'm not flicking. Mm. 3 damage is 3 damage, and I haven't seen any codex yet. A bit of an unlucky draw. Any red would have been better. Any reaction would have been a better arsenal. I think I need to grid out that actually good here, because if they have something to cost, I really need to draw. I don't mind taking the 2. Torrent of Tempo. There are a lot of misses, that's my problem here. Oh! I think I'm turning this into an infiltrate. It's not so hard for them to have a D-React here, but let's trade, it's fine. I need Codex to regain tempo, either way. Yellow Flick Flags, okay, that's pretty bad. That they run even yellow Flick Flags. Remember that bot Graphene and Abstract 6 works on Use of Death, which I learned is insane, yeah. I think it would be interesting for another card that's a dagger. Okay, that's an easy take 1. They don't have... they can't threaten draw into Arsenal, so I don't care about momentum. Gravekeeping, sure. I think I will kick away the upsticks and run. It's a good card for Arsenal, but if we get something aggressive here, I think it will be slightly better. That's not the best, but that's a great Arsenal. And that's a good thing because we can now set up a big turn. And Bonds is a great opener for next turn if we don't get hit by CNC, but even if we get hit with CNC, we still have Providence. So here we can set up a good turn. Blocking up to 6 so they don't have a D-React, that's great. That will generate us a lot of tempo. Because if they double blocked here, that means they don't have a React. If they don't have a React, but they have a Sigil, okay. I still don't mind that, I think. That was literally the worst case scenario, but we still deal 4. So we know they drew a non-arsenable card, so either probably Dishonor or something. Or the Crown. Crane Dance. Take the 1. I don't have a great hand, but we can present a lot of things. I don't think it's likely they had another... They don't have another 1 for 5 here. Don't we think with the Blue Infect? We want to do that, but we want to do that here. So I need to sacrifice something, or I just let them draw with momentum. How relevant is Tunic on Sleepy? I think I can live without Tunic. Or I simply let them draw and hopefully they miss the 50-50. I mean, I need any react. I mean... Okay, yeah, let's use the Providence. Cycle the I think I want to cycle the Infect. I simply need 1 attack reaction here. Codex. Ah! I can sync the Infect now, I guess. To set up the Codex, or I sync the Codex. No, I think I need to get rid of... I think I need to get rid of the Infect here. Okay. I think in order to Imagine just any arsenal here, yeah. I think we simply need to represent stuff. We got punished, we got a bit punished, but any attack reaction would be fine. Literally any attack reaction. I'm fine with this block. If they take 4, I'm thinking about boots into Codex. But if they pass, they might have another react. My next bonds won't be as threatening though. And they have tunic for CNC, that's my problem now, that I'll need to block with 2 cards next hand no matter what. I think it's fine, even if we block with 2 cards next hand, it's fine. Bye bye tunic. Yeah, I mean we can simply double block here. Yeah, and I mean I can switch my hand, I'm drawing an extra card. Yes, it's fine. Oh, there is no mask. That was a huge punt. Oh, there is no mask, we blocked the last attack. Oh my freaking god. Oh, I'm punting like no tomorrow. If only we had an infect to attack rather than a leave no witness. Expansion slot. No expansion slot. Juicy Majestic. Loyalty Beyond the Grave. That's good. Okay, their plan. We know they have a living sink below then. Okay, that's a good spot. Please don't CNC me. Please don't CNC me. Gravekeeping is ultra fine. Do I want to pitch for dagger stuff? I think I do. I think I want to pitch for dagger stuff. Should I open with the dagger stuff then? I think I can open with the clave. No, I can't really open with the clave. Ah, maybe I should have blocked. What is our grave? We still have a live no witness. We have a CNC as well. Okay. I think I'm fleeting the graphene. If we open with graphene, Bones wouldn't have GA, but wouldn't care about the GA because of the Snapdragon. Okay, we got them with bonds. Getting rid of CNC seems huge. Yellow flick. They have 2 more D reacts. They have Razor. We should keep in mind they have Razor. Yeah, that's probably correct what you're saying. Again, the one floating literally did nothing. Okay, I'm happy with this trade. And they fetched another gravekeeping. I don't need the infiltrate in this hand. Take 2 damage to keep the tempo. I think that's correct. Oh, sorry, I'm doing. Yeah, they no longer have mask. Yeah, okay, I'm panting a lot. We can bounce. How many sticks up we've seen? We've seen 2 copies of up sticks and run. I think I'm probably going to do that. Oh, they banished both our bonds, so we don't have a bonds engrave. I mean, it's still fine. I mean, we can even make this into a Kiss of Death to deal a lot of damage. I think that's the line I like the most. Because that's the thing, we know they don't have enough D-React, so Codex really cripples them. Savior isn't accomplishing much. I think I don't need the... I think I'm going to pitch Double Trouble for the silver and I'm going to block with just a nick. Oh, you want to double... Oh, keep the whole hand and simply Double Trouble. Yeah. Okay. No blocks. Okay. I think I open with the Trouble. I think I open with the Trouble. Because that looks like more of a bait. That can look like a bait here. What happened to the Azalea plan? I mean, we can play some Azalea. I don't like that I'm getting fatigued. Yeah, that's game. Are we playing around the sigil? I mean, I guess we are not. Okay. Okay, that was interesting. Let's do one game with a God deck. Okay. I think I want Bullseye's. No, don't leave! Kasai. I'm increasing my auto count too much though. I am expecting Warmongers of Kasai, right? I will be playing blue pick in my armor today, but I have only one local priest player who is also an assassin player. Okay, gold, 60 cards. Pew! Okay, I mean, amplifying arrow, leaking some damage is relevant at the early game. I think I don't mind sacrificing the rain razors for 3 damage. And it helps me dig more. I mean, it's 3 true damage effectively. No, stop attacking. Stop. No. Oh, they popped the gold. Yeah, take 8, Zulul. Do I want the 2 value here? I don't think I do. I'll take the 5. I can also block 6 though and do a somewhat setup turn. I heard about the new Azalea tech. Does it involve arrows and pumps again? Yeah, how did you know? Remorseless. Remorseless is a card. That's all of the equipment blocked on the card. There is literally no way they want to do that, yeah. But next turn we have Tunic, we haven't seen Codex. I will take some damage, but we have Tunic up, so we can Tunic the dealer to do stuff. And Codex is great. They no longer have the gold. Okay. Aurora abuser shit talking Azalea classic. Um, Stop doing all these things. I'm gonna tunic Death Dealer and we'll see. I think I prefer to shoot a huge arrow then, since I got less with frailty. So, pew! Disaster. I have 4 buffs, 3 buffs that's coming for 5. Yeah, I think I prefer the 5 over the searing shot. Yeah, another amplifying arrow. It's pretty likely they have a direct in Arsenal though, so it's not that hard to block this amplifying arrow, and they have 2 vigors floating. So they will have a turn even if they block with 3 cards here. Oh no, they simply take the hit. I'm fine with that. Are Warriors a bad matchup for Azalea? Back in the heavy hitters era, it wasn't so bad because the frailties really destroyed them. But I don't know how much value they got from the new cards. I mean, their game plan is honestly to simply try to race you and block the one relevant arrow with the equipment. But but now that's the thing, they have double frailty, so their turn gets a -4. Do I opt first to find an arrow here, or do I simply... Okay, Blade Runner Blue, sure. I mean, maybe it's good enough to shoot a red in the ledger, but that requires me to... I think I opt for... I don't know. I think I'm pitching red in the ledger for... I think I'm pitching the red in the ledger for the Death Dealer. But if I find a dominated arrow here, I have Seek and Destroy. Yeah, if I get a codex, I think I should get the info. That's a knock. I think I simply opting knock to the bottom. Or I can find an endless. I can find an endless to get the Seek and Destroy through. think that's fine. I mean, I can even go for the red in the ledger if I lose a buff. Nah, I think it's better to go for the endless. I mean, that's the thing. Hopefully, I really hope they don't have lethal this turn. If they don't have lethal, we are fine. If they have lethal, problemo. Yeah, and the way this game developed, I would prefer to run the other arms. Use secret, sure. I think I can simply block with Searing Sword. Oh, come on. So much damage. Take the 4. Don't we play Sand Scour? You mean the Great Bow? No. I mean Death Dealer... Sand Scour is not that great yet. There is not enough payoffs for aim counters to make it worth your while. Have a Hit Seeker on top. I need to shoot the red in the ledger this turn. I need to shoot the red in the ledger. Oh god, yeah, we lost. Yeah, good game. Yeah, we should have probably entered with the other weapon. Verdance, okay. Oh, I should have used the other. Oof. Okay. That's a drill shot. I don't want. I think I like Lace with Bloodrot in Arsenal. Two, four, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. They can block that if they use their equipment. Which maybe then it was the reason that if they can block that, we shouldn't have kept a buff on top of our deck. Maybe. Okay, that's a good thing. They didn't have a reaction. We drew our extra card, minus charm to chest. Nice. Oh! We will only play with 4 cards next turn, which is a problem. Yeah, we are only going to play with 4 cards next turn. But I mean, we still have 6 codexes in our deck. I think we will deal some damage here. We prevent them from using a D-React from Arsenal. We sink for a lot. 4 cards plus Tunic, so basically 5 cards. Yes, if we had Death Dealer though, that's the only problem. But with this build, we love the 5 cards with Death Dealer and Tunic, but I'm not so sure with Dreadboard versus Verdance, but I think one of the ways we can lose the game is if they start blocking everything. And I think for Verdance it's extra hard for them to decompose if they can't decompose defensively. Roots, sure. Okay. Okay, Dreadbore. We really needed the Codex in this hand. We really needed the Codex or a lot of buffs. They are probably now they now will be able to remove the decomposed D-Reacts from their arsenal, which is not a great thing. Oh! They don't have a D-React in arsenal. Okay. So tomorrow, oh, they're going to semi-flip. Okay. Roots, okay. Sigil, Sur into Felling of the Crown. Okay. I really don't mind that. I'm losing the Amplifying Arrow, never blocking. And I think I can scout myself here. Amplifying Arrow. It's a lot of damage, but we missed the draw. It's a lot of damage. I think right now, but they won't be able to block. We hit them with Lace, with Inertia. No. I think it's fine. It's fine to lose the draw here. It's a lot of damage and we hit them with Inertia, so they won't be able to Arsenal and they won't be able to set up the D-React, which is quite relevant. And they also have 2 more copies of Plowunder in their deck. Okay. Codex means we give them another Felling. Get rid of Knock. I think I can get rid of Codex and double block here. I think we can get rid of Codex and double block. I don't need to be this aggressive. And that was another Felling. That was another Felling back to back. So now they only have a Plowunder. They have 2 copies of Plowunder and 1 copy of Felling. So I guess we're fine actually. And I don't want to Codex to get them another Felling because, you know, they block with an Earth, they discard an Earth, and it's fine. Sure. I feel like we are getting high rolled. But I mean, you know, if we win this matchup where they did back-to-back Fellings into the one turn they had Tempo, Channel, Disruption into turn 0 Ring of Roses, I think this matchup is really bad for Verdance. I still think this matchup is really bad for Verdance even if we lose this game, don't get me wrong. That's a good draw. Yeah. I'll take the 4. Kindle's Fighting Spirit, sure. Tunic, Bolting Shot, shoot the Bolting Shot, Premeditate Codex for... or I can just get a Hit Seeker. I think I'll take the 6 and get a Hit Seeker. Oh, and they pitched to Earths, okay. I think this turn is a turn where we might need to bullseye bracers and go for the endless. Yeah, I think we need to go for the endless this turn. We don't have an endless. I mean, if they want to keep two blues to want and use the felling, and we go down, that's 12 damage. We go down to 2 and we die to boots. Yeah, that's what they want to do. So we need to block with at least a card. I think it's easier to remove release the tension. Hmm. Less with inertia, that seems good. I can go for the aggressive play and bullseye into Codex. I think I'm supposed to do that. Okay, so that protects my boots. Sure. That probably means they have a D-React in Arsenal, but if they... We have seen literally zero D-Reacts from Arsenal. I'll just shoot, I won't think. Oh, plum. Get the blue that prevents 5. Yeah, okay. I think I'm super fine with that. Okay. Let's get the info. Codex of inertia. It's super fine. I think I should open with Codex to get the info. But then I won't be able to load the bolting shot. No, I think I still think I Codex of inertia. We've got a seek and destroy, so I get rid of. I don't need to shoot twice. Yeah, I get. They have a red bolting shot in graveyard. I do. Five card hand Azalea, what could possibly go wrong? Any reason not to open with Azalea? No, no reason to. Codex of Frailty, so. GG. Yeah, and that was as bad as it gets. That was literally as bad as it gets. For this matchup. But I think that's the problem with Verdance right now, that they do. Verdance is one of the few decks that has a match winning game into Florian, but it literally doesn't beat anything else. Be right back. Syndra, okay. I think I still want to go second. Okay. I don't think I want the blessings into Syndra. I want the blizzards. Maybe I don't need the extender. Probably I don't need the extender, and I don't need... Bite is really good. Probably I don't need the red bite. Yeah. Cutting extenders, adding to blizzard sounds correct. Finally, treat them with a large hammer. Yeah. Take the one. Okay. Any blue is a good turn. A D-React really screws us. A Decompose card really screws us. Okay, they're attacking more, sure. Block. Leak. Still blocking. Wrath, okay. I'm not so sure what they accomplish with Wrath here. Oh, Megumin. It's oh, it's the Spanish Magic player. Great guy. Oh, Dragonflight past turn 0. Sure, I guess. I can take another 2. So we traded the daggers and the boots for 6 damage. It's not the best, but I think I'm fine with this trade. I need the 2 earths to decompose. I think I simply crumble to eternity. Even though it's a bit sad, I think that's what I'm supposed to do. I think I go... Even swinging for a bit there has to be good. How relevant it is to give the -1 to momentum? How relevant it is? I think won't we will be blocking for the rest of the game. But again, I guess we can threaten... I guess we can threaten the flick knives. I guess we can threaten the flick knives. Oh, and the ice card also gives them the -1 counter, so I guess it's 100% correct. Super close to double fusing, but I guess not. So I think we should want to block with everything here. Exposed! That's spicy. I think I'm taking the 2. I think I need to block with Carapace simply for the 3. I have a D-React to block the rest. I should use Oakenold block as well. Yeah, I think I'm using the Carapace to block even for 3. Let's not take too much damage now in the early game. Is Andrea streaming? No. Oh, they... Okay. Shelter... That blocks a total of 5, that blocks a total of 5, it's literally the same thing. And they get their daggers back. Yeah, no reason to flick because we still have the shelter up. So I guess that helps us on that regard. I'm obviously decomposing. That's a 2 card 7, that's not great, but now, you know, our staff are active. We have 2 Earths in graveyard for the next decomposed card. We've only seen 2 copies. We haven't seen any blizzards, you know. I think we're in a good spot. The problem is that because they're running momentum, they want to play a mid-game and fair game. So we are incentivized to block more. That's why I tried to go for the flick knives compared to the Mask of Momentum. I mean, our mangles are really good now. Okay, we got the Plowlander. Don't think I care about that. Don't think I care about the 1. Because I can Carapace and attack. If I need the extra power, I'm simply going to use the boots, which is fine-ish. Because I don't think I have the earth count I need. If I do not. Okay. If they have the +1 here, that will be really bad. But I feel like they are more on the blue type of list, and the blue list is not playing that, I guess. I can also Stalagmite here to be sure. I think I prefer to Stalagmite here. Because, yeah, it's exactly -1. We get rid of the Frostbite. I guess it's fine. Display loyalty. I think I prefer to keep the Rootbound Carapace in Arsenal. So I'll take the 2. Please keep a card in Arsenal. Please set up. 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 Please. I think that nice. I think that means I either block or swing for 4. I think that means I block and swing for 4. So now we have a carapace in arsenal, it's fine. Our earth count looks great. I think we're still looking for a mangle or the specialization card to fetch the mangle because of flick knives. We have tunic for a 2-card mangle. We still have access to our arms for a 3-card mangle. I should play Kane. Oh, sorry. Undo. Sorry. I skipped the arsenal. Yeah, we can do a Kano game afterwards. We got the 1-card mangle, and we can set up a plow under. I don't think in this spot we are supposed to try and play the Blizzard, and also it feels like they are on a heavy blue list. Wizard of Valk, we can play some Kane afterwards. I also enjoy playing the deck. I think the most irrelevant card has to be Plowonder. But Plowonder might mean we might be able to do a big mangle. I'm excited for spoiler season. First spoilers are coming this Wednesday. Finally, I'm super excited for that as well. They get the daggers. If the arsenal, is there a universe where I play Wonder here? Oh, Dragon Power. The mask is not active, right? Mask is not active. I know that 3 floating are spoiling a majestic, not a legendary, but I don't know what it is exactly. Oh my freaking god, let's go. I'm super excited for that. It's a correct approach from the Syndra side of things to never keep a card in arsenal. But that's why we also want to greedily trade. So they have quite a life lead, we still have our equipment up, but we have some cards that will generate us some tempo, like Mangle now. There are, so the Syndra here has 2 approaches. They can either take the 8 and ignore us and try to snowball the game out of our control, or they block and hope that we miss a turn. And by miss a turn mean we won't be able to utilize 3 out of our 4 cards. Because both of these lines make sense. Is that a react? That was a good spot to have loyalty. At least that generated us some tempo. But we can set up... I think here I prefer to set up the lake rather than heal. Click for 1. Mitch, I honestly can't wait for the spoiler season as well. It's always the most exciting part of the flesh and blood thingy. I'm not expecting the lake to completely freeze them out because it looks like they are in quite a heavy blue list. I mean, we've already seen 9 different blue cards and we haven't seen the equip a dagger, so they might be even at 12 blues. So I'm not expecting these Channel Lake Frigid to completely negate them. I still think we are in a shaky situation. If this Channel Lake Frigid completely negates their next turn, and here they do something like take 4 to swing for 4 or something silly, or they block with a card like and simply attack once, we're in a pretty good position, especially if we manage to either keep the Channel Lake Frigid next turn, set up a good arsenal, or manage to play a Mangle. But I could totally see this game going like Syndra taking 4, going to 26, and pitching a blue and playing their turn. We got the Unforgetting, that's insane. I know that I won't be attending any high seas pre because June is coming, which means exams. They will manage to play high season once I go nuts. Yeah, I mean, the pre-releases are fun most of the time. It's not super exciting competitive wise, but I think I will go to Bologna, so I'm super excited about that. Imperial Seal of Command, that's really interesting. Oh, and they pop my arsenal as well. I can overpitch for Hammer and Arsenal and Visage. I can overpitch for Hammer and keep the Unforgetting Unforgiving in hand. Or I can simply get rid of the Flick Knives. I think dealing 4 and keeping the leg is more important. I think that's what I want to do. Keep a random card in Arsenal, even if they have the Imperial Seal of Command, because I'm maintaining the channel. I'm really considering going to Copenhagen. Yeah, Copenhagen will be a great event. If I do well in the calling in Bologna, I think I will also attend. Oh no, one Earth card short. I don't mind that though, because they still haven't attacked, so we can still use Unforgetting Unforgiving to fetch our Mangle, and we can now dominate the Mangle. Even if they don't do that, we have the Winter's Bite as an extender, which because they don't have legs, it's hard for them to pilot that. I think I straight up use Unforgetting Unforgiving and fetch the Mangle. I don't mind having a horrible card in Arsenal and spending resources like blocking with an Oakenhold, because I don't think this matchup is relevant for me to go to Fatigue. No, they can't play the second one. Okay. Again, yeah, that's the thing. I think I'm fine with blocking with the Oakenhold. Copenhagen would be my first calling attempt. Because in Warsaw I was just jamming side events. Yeah, I mean, the side event game plan with callings is honestly really great. If you enjoy the game and you don't want to play calling because it's too stressful or too expensive, simply joining the calling thing and simply playing side events and getting the juicy promo and get some tickets and get some cool playmats or some cool cold foils. I think they figured that. I don't know if they simply copied that setup from Magic the Gathering. I don't know if they simply copied that setup from MTG, but it's great. I mean, you will get, if you come to a calling, you will get 2 to 3 copies of a juicy side card. You will play some games. The more competitive people will be playing at the callings, so it's pretty likely if you play the game that you will do some wins in the side events. Because jamming side events, because at that time it was like 2-3 months into Flesh and Blood. Yeah, makes sense. I think I want to Providence. Do I also want to block with a card? I mean, I can set up another channel no matter what I draw, and if I draw an Earth card, set up channel, I can swing for Oakenhold. I think I prefer to block actually. Yeah, I think I prefer to block because even if I get an Earth, I want to play the Oaken. Okay, if I get another ice, I simply want to hammer. The Imperial Seal now will hit me way more compared to earlier, but we do back-to-back turns with Channel Lake Frigid, so I don't mind our position. I mean, I can simply get greedy and attack with Thokenold, but I don't think I need to do that. I don't want to drag out the game that much. I mean, yeah, if they skip their turn to get rid of my arsenal, sure, but at the point it will be easy for them to use the Imperial Seal of Command. I won't have an arsenal. I'll really try to be aggressive. Because here, you know, blocking with 2 cards was just a fine play. I want to activate my Oakenolds, and I don't think I will have a pretty damage. I don't think I have a damage problem because still have some mangles, I still have an Okenold, I haven't seen all my trees. No summit, by the way, it's pretty good at the moment. Summit. Oh, the weapon you mean? I am a bit of an OG Guardian, so I'm like, when I want the Stalagmite, I want to have the Titan's Fist to have the cheaper option. And when I want to go heavy with Sledge, I need the Sledge to do the 2-card 6. And that's an unfortunate Okenold. I think I should 3. That probably means that our Okenold will die. Have we generated enough tempo in this matchup? I think not. I think we're in a decent position because we can still get a Blizzard, we still have a bit of block from the equipment, they only have 1 block, they need to take 7 here to maintain tempo, they lose a card. We are in a fine spot, I don't think we're winning yet. We still have 1 copy of Mangle, our Okenold will get destroyed. I got my 2 copies of Vault Oasis, which is fabulous. Yeah, the Oasis are great. The Oasis are really great. Okay. Oh, nice. That was really smart, because now they just set up the 5-card hand. And now they just need an extender. I'm really curious if they get rid of my arsenal or not. Oh, they banished it. I don't think they should. I think it's better to do that on a big hand. Okay, swinging for 4. They probably didn't have a great card for Arsenal. I think I will still attempt to mangle. I can CNC. Both of these lines are great. Winterbite CNC is so great. I don't think I care about Flick Knives anymore. I don't think I care about Flick Knives anymore. I mean, we will ask for a lot of resources between the Winter's Bite and the CNC. They will most likely block with 4 cards here. I don't think they can play the game this turn. And it gives us more time to find finally an Okenold. A fused Okenold. The problem with that was that it was our third mangle and we will no longer be able to threaten flick unless we lose some tempo. But I think that's exactly what you want to happen as a Jarl. You want to at some point get the tempo because you play something oppressive like a spinal or a, a channel or whatever, and at that point when the game returns to a normal state you have the life lead to actually play the mid-range game and kill them. Because we got super lucky here. I mean, the first turn they want to play the game, we got a blizzard. I'm not super afraid of their next attack. What am I even saying? I have a fused Oakenhold. I finally have a fused Oakenhold. Click knives, okay. I'm really glad that all-star Magic the Gathering players like Andrea Meguzzi start taking up Flesh and Blood. I think I'm going to Arsenal the Blizzard because I'm more afraid of getting hit by Imperial Command and losing my Plow Under, because we are getting to the point where our threats are quite, numbered. So I'd much rather make sure I have a threat next turn. Isn't this GG for them? Yeah, I don't think they can get out of this position now. I mean, we got tempo, we never missed a turn. I mean, they took a gamble at the beginning, and that gives us more time than it should. Okay. That gives us way more time than it should. And mainly it was because at the beginning of the game where we had some bad turns, they weren't so horrible because they had no leg slot. Because that's the problem with Jarl, that you need to work too much in order to open a slot in their equipment, because the opponent is simply never going to give it to you for free. But sometimes if the aggro players has a great turn and they want to pop some equipment to start going off, you can really punish that if you get the correct draws. Because if you remember on turn 2 or 3 something, you should have Blizzard your Plow Under for the extra frostbite. That's true. That's really smart. I didn't think of that line. The extra frostbite here would be pretty relevant. Don't you love Blizzard against Syndra? I really do. I think we are ahead enough that we don't care getting hit by a CNC. If only they had a frostbite now. I think we are ahead enough that we don't care getting hit by for 6. Or I can block with Imposing. And I can block like this. And use the Tunic. Yeah, that's better math-wise. And that's the great thing. I mean, that's how you used to win games with Oldhim as well. Even though you don't have the damage output to actually kill them, the game gets to a state where you've generated enough tempo versus a deck that can't really block well, where if they need to block whichever attack you throw at them, they won't die because you most of the time don't threaten enough breakpoints, but they will never be able to do anything efficient. Set up the daggers, okay, that's smart. Where is... I think I'll keep these 2 cards, mainly because I can set up a lake next turn. And both of these cards block for 3. It's a Spinal, do they have a blue? Okay. I no longer think I need the lake. Yeah, they are on the they are on the blue list with the expose, the spicy addition. I think that game isn't that indecisive of how the matchup can go, to be honest. The Syndra made some weird sideboarding decision, in my opinion, like no Mask of the Pouncing Links. I agree. I agree. I think Andrea is simply trying the red line type of list into everything, and he might not, you know. It could be his first game in the Jarl. I also agree that I think if you can run Tunic for this matchup. I think Tunic is definitely better, and I think Mask of the Pouncing Link as well is probably the way to go. And you simply need to do that game of mouse and chicken where you set up the 2 loyalties beyond the grave on a turn where you have Tunic, even if you have Imperial Seal of Command, even better. You know, you have all that stuff and you play a 5-card hand, you pop Mask and you get a huge life lead, and then you simply kill the Jarl. Good game though, either way. Let's play Kano. I played a lot of Fang as well. Do you guys prefer, should we play a Kano game or should we play a Fang? I think we can do both. Let's start with a Kano. I can totally see Gentagelo's point where it's quite silly that this is the list that Kano is supposed to be running right now. You know, top deck of the gods, etc. Arachne slipped. I hate this list, I have a more fun one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just got this list from Kabi. Do I spam Kanos or should I Sonic Boom? I think I should open with a Kano and we'll see. Open the floodgates. Open the floodgates is target. You can deal the damage to yourself. Kindle is a better card for Arsenal, but I don't think we can actually draw the Kindle somehow. I think I just want to find the pot. Yay, we developed a single potion. Imagine blocking in 2025. A second, uh, that's the damage. If that's not a command and conquer, I honestly do not really care. Oh, they had a bad hand. Let's open with Kano. Energy potion, that's good. Let's keep digging, let's keep digging. I care more to the fact that I'm going to remove an extra card from their hand rather than losing the wildfire. Okay. Uh, am I supposed to double yellow cane? I think I'm supposed to double yellow cane here. And I keep burn all my resources. Okay. Piece of death. Sure. Oh, they flick the kiss of death. Oh god. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, and we just burned our whole edge for no apparent reason. They want to tutor a card. I think I want to tutor King. Uh, Do I want to tutor a card? I think I want to tutor a card. Do I simply get another Kindle? No, I think we should simply deal some damage here. So I can deal another 3. Can I remove a bad card from my hand though? I think I can use the Kindle and remove a bad card. I think I can gaze. I Kano, Kindle, draw the Kindle, draw the blue, no, Kindle. And I can go for a Sonic Boom off Deja Vu. Or I can simply draw 2 Kindles. Use Deja Vu, put Sonic Boom on top, activate Kano. No. Yeah, draw the Arcane Twinning. Yeah, I think I'm simply using Deja Vu. Submit opt. But Sonic Boom doesn't accomplish much. Kano, Kindle, draw, Deja Vu, and top. I wanted to Kindle first. Sorry, I will ask for an undo. It was a mistake. So I Deja Vu. First, I need to Gaze of the Ages into Sonic, into Thinking, into Kindle. Now we activate the Kano. That's what I want to do. Huge. I pop the Sonic Boom. I shoot the Sonic Boom. No. And that will give me a gaze activation. I banish the Gaze of the Ages of Sonic Boom. I play the Gazes of the Ages. And now I can deal 1 damage. Deal 1 damage. Do I deal 1 damage or I draw 4 blues? I could try go for the kill. I bottom and Kano. Okay. We are in a really bad situation. I don't think we can win off 6 prevention. Yeah, I think we need to pray to a higher being to win here. Clarity potion, yay. Yay, clarity potion, not the potions now. No, honorable Sudoku. Oh, I think we messed up a lot on the pain of the backside thing. But it's really hard to know. You need a good effort. You need to set up a lot into assassins. You need to take advantage of the fact that their deck is not super aggressive if you block a lot. So you want to have a big setup. But maybe I greeded a bit, and rather than blazing, I should simply keep kicking away the blazings in order to find the wildfire. Because what I need to do is not to have a good finisher, I need to wildfire into a lot of top decks to win. This version isn't very good into assassin, yeah, I can see. I can see what you're saying. Okay. Let's play a funk. Always good to search for gays for the hope of finding something instead of just search for that something. No, but rock and roll, the thing was that I didn't care to... Yeah, setup. I think I go second into Verdance. No, she will leak damage. No, don't leave. Don't leave, let me think. Kano. Ages having triple D on turn 0 was a crime against you. Nah, it's fine. No, don't leave! Asalia, our good matchup. I guess I want the CNCs. On the CNCs and that's it. And I should get the that's all you got. I guess. I wonder why people think Mario is better than Sleepy. Is he better into longer games? There is a deck, there is a... I think that's the main reason. There is a Marionette list that plays a lot with the daggers, and Florian really struggles to block them efficiently. So I think that's the main reason why this happens. We leaked 2 damage and we got a mark. Not the best start, not the worst. Oh yeah, it's hard to efficiently block a Hunter's Clave for 9 or even 6. That's pretty much it. I mean... Arachne has a lot of that, you know, they play a +4, they attack with dagger for 5. If you don't block the dagger, they buff the dagger and you die. If you overblock the dagger, they simply don't care and attack with the next attack. That's coming for 12. 12 is a number. 3, not glint. 3, 5, 6, 12. Quadruple mark. FaB Chaos, I'm planning on taking a new on my last purchase season. I know that I have a heavier hero meta, but I feel like news matchup into them over Mario and Sleepy. Yeah, I mean, it's still tricky. I think now that news are more experienced with how to navigate the matchup into Florian, it's a better matchup. I still think you will have a rough time, but sometimes new does the new things, and you know, Siren's Call is still a great card. I haven't figured out a card that really helps into Florian. I've tried the Comet, I've tried looking for a scrap to be more aggressive, I've tried Blessings, you know, all of the approaches have problems. All of the approaches. Do you do double Cosmic into Florian? I have a single Cosmic, and I don't think I want to run a second one because most of the time I don't feel like the games get to that point. Because even the single Comet is not efficient enough. It's not easy to set up a hand that you have a high life lead enough that you can simply arsenal the Comet and get a hand with 2 cheese and simply block with a single card and attack for 15, and the 15 being relevant. 10. I think I simply block for 10, right? What Florians have been giving you trouble? Well, the OTK version, if you know it's OTK, so hopefully you don't play them during the first rounds of the Pro Quest, and you figure out which Florians are OTK and which are not, it's fine-ish if you can sideboard correctly. If you can't sideboard correctly, there is literally 0% chance you can beat an OTK Florian. The tempo Florian really depends on the high roll of your banishes, because if they manage to play out all of their threats, you honestly, there's no way to fatigue them. Pretty much there's no way to win the game, and you need not get screwed by Purgatory. You need your codexes not to give them the fellings. So you need to be in a situation where you can actually play a codex and it will give you value, and the opponent won't be getting a felling back, which is quite hard to accomplish most of the time. And also you need not to get assassin hands and have the tempo and do like 6 damage pass. I kind of have a mix of stack Florian and Rhythm Blade Florian. Yeah, like I think I'm gonna take AB3 into Florian regardless. It's a good approach. It's a good approach because it's easier to fatigue them if you have the 3 AB. The problem is that your bones won't be as threatening. Sometimes that's annoying. And I'm testing the second dagger. And I don't have great information, but it's still something I want to try out. Whether I want to have a second dagger or not. Fang is super close to being super decent. They don't have a Seek and Destroy, right? So I can arsenal the Ledger, the Shelter. There is a game between me and old Florian List on the League That Matters, round 1, where I managed to do exact lethal with Cosmic. Oh. When Cosmic works, it's really great. I really like having to dodge it, but it's still iffy. Yeah, the problem is that sometimes you never get the tempo and you block a lot and your game plan is semi-fatigue, so the second dagger is beyond dead. And sometimes when you don't do that, you get the tempo all the time and they start by blocking your first blue dagger and your turn literally has no other extender. Where if you had a second blue dagger, you might be able to threaten more things. So I don't know. I think when you're playing new into Florian, you should start the game by turn 0 and start taking risks. I don't think you can win the game versus a good player while not taking risks. You need to take risks in this matchup. You need to do something lucky. Please don't buff it too much. Please pitch 2 cards to throw a battering. Please. Literally every single card in my hand is an attack reaction. I don't need the blue, right? 2, 4. Six. Should I play around Rain Razors? Can I afford to play around Rain Razors? I can't afford to play around Rain Razors. Okay. Why did I overblock with Grains rather than on Brave Forge? No one knows. Bloodshed. If they didn't have the Rain Razors here, I don't think there is many things you can do. I think as new into Florian, you have to run AB on chest. Double Mistblade is insane into Florian, I agree. I'm not... I'm running the AB on arms, Mitch. I'm running the AB in arms because the thing with bonds in this matchup is that it's not super relevant and most of the time all the arms is doing is trading for the boots. So I don't like doing lines around the arms in that matchup. So that's why I prefer the arms on AB. And I do like the chest being tunic because fatigue sometimes is actually a line. And I don't want to miss the lines with tunic, you know. Like blue into transcend, tunic attack reaction, dagger CNC, you know. That's coming for 10. Oh, sure. What about late CNC for 7 with arms? That's great. If you can get to this point, that's really great. No objections there. So maybe you're right. I'm not positive. I'm 100% sure. Maybe I'm too biased with tunic. So if I had to run AB3 as new, would I want arms, head, and lantern? I think you need the mask into Florian, Cardfight King. think you need the mask into Florian to progress the game plan of fatiguing them, to have access to that. So if you want 3 AB, it would probably be lantern, chest, arms. And also, if it's OTK, the tunic is pretty relevant because you pretty much always have your full hand. I know I'm missing a damage here, but I want to threaten the mark, even for the vigor. And if I get a blue, the mark will prevent too. So I don't mind missing 1 damage here. So I missed 1 damage for 1 vigor. I think the vigor is more important. Maybe it isn't. No, we don't have the sideboard reactions, no. The 1 damage is more important. Okay, busted, I guess. I mean, we can still pump this up a lot. AB3 on Nu is tough, because into Kano you don't mind running AB on the head, but besides him, AB on Mask loses too much value, so I would run Lantern Chest and Legs. Legs, not Tunic. Into Florian, oh, you mean into Kano. Into Florian I would run AB1, not 3. Having AB3 doesn't really help you into that matchup. No, I mean, what Cardfight King is saying is that it also helps you. We can get +2. So it can also help you into the OTK plan. If you run AB3, you're much better. You have a much better chance into the OTK plan. So if you go blindly in a tournament and you see a Florian and you don't know if it's OTK or not, or maybe being safe and running AB3 is not the end of the world, because you also, it's easier to fatigue them because now the trees won't deal that much damage, and it could be relevant into the tempo Florian as well. Knock. If they don't have a battering bolt here, I think we're in a great position. I think even if they do have a battering bolt here, we won't lose this game. It will be horrible if they have a battering bolt. Okay, amplifying arrow is literally nothing. Yeah, Lace with Frailty will not save them from this onslaught. I will even do the greedy play of using that to kick away the overpower. Smoke out. Oh, they have an inertia. I could translate the other one to 1 damage. I don't want to close the chain though. No, it accomplishes literally nothing. Like, I'm sick of giving them 3 free damage every turn 3 is out. I can totally see that, yeah. I can totally see that. Is there any universe where they're surviving this turn? Good game. The other week I was testing a lot of Fang, mainly versus Florian, because it's one of the few decks that has a quite positive matchup into Florian and not a terrible matchup into the rest of the field. But the problem I had with Fang was that if in the first few turns you don't get your blues or the marks fealty stuff, your deck honestly does nothing. Like, the deck literally does nothing. Your turn is 3 card 5. If you don't get your blues and your marks at the first 4 turns of the game. That's the only thing I dislike about Fang. Because this guy, I don't remember his name, because I simply got his list from February. This guy is actually, respecting that fact and is running 12 blues. 12 blues. That's simply too much. That's simply too many for that type of deck. But he is taking the safe approach, and I really agree with what he's doing. Against all Florian, I was running just Lantern, and he was on Scythe, so running AB on Chest, I think, just isn't a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, the old Florian list could also get fatigued. But now they are running like, what's the card? The blue that lets you put a card back into your deck, and sometimes Florian simply pop in with Plume rather than Purgatory, and sometimes they're like, oh, I will also add Mountains, I will also add Channel Mount Heroic, because I have like 3 strikes and 3 Gloom Veils, and sometimes, their damage output is simply insane. And the problem with this type of decks from the assassin side of things is that time simply works worst for us assassin players. I mean, the more the defensive decks, the non-assassin decks, the more they learn how to play the versus assassins, the much worse it gets. I mean, back in the day, a few months back, when Hunted honestly simply first popped, and we were testing Arachne Marionette with Yanis, we were slaying Auroras like no tomorrow. I think with this deck we had something silly like, I don't know, I don't know if it's legit still, yeah, quadrillion losses, but we had a huge win rate into Aurora, a huge win rate. We were literally winning 4 out of 5 games into Aurora. And then Auroras learned how to play versus this deck, and we got destroyed. Yeah, they're like 3 so tomorrow, somewhere I don't remember. Yeah, that's the thing. So you can't fatigue these decks as no. You can't fatigue. You will never manage to fatigue them if you get hit by 5 Fellings. Whether it's from your codexes or they put them back into the deck. You can never win that game. The game lasted 1.5 hours, which is insane. Okay, let's do one more game. For Belazul, let's do one Riptide. So in 2 days we have spoilers, huh? Bolting. I think I'll go second. Is Boltyn one of those decks where I want Death Dealer? I don't think so. I also really can't get fatigued into Boltyn, but I think I want all of my defense reactions. Yeah, I don't think I can get fatigued into Boltyn. Is that actually good at accomplishing anything? Not really. Is there anything I don't need? No, I can't think. What are your thoughts on Marionette and Sleepy? It seems like Sleepy is the most popular, but Marionette is the one with really results, and I'm kind of confused. Well, I think that right now, Nu is probably the better assassin. So I haven't tested with them much. I think they have a completely different approach on they have quite a different matchup spread, even though it's the same deck. I mean, they have Sleepy is much better into Prism, I think, compared to Marionette, which is quite relevant in this metagame. And questionably, Marionette has the best matchup into Florian compared to all the other ones. So it really depends. It really depends. I think both of them will definitely find their spot in the meta game. The second, the moment Nu hits Living Legend. I mean, the second Nu hits Living Legend, I think they both will have a much more clean reason why you should play either of them. And I think now the fact that Prism is not as popular because he gets greatly gatekept by Florian, that probably makes Sleepy slightly worse. I don't know, it's Mario or Sleepy into K now. What is Mario doing differently with Florian than the rest? He can attack with daggers. I mean, the newer lists run a lot of dagger matter cards. They have the 0/4+4, so, and Florian, that's how Florian loses games. When you attack with a dagger for 5, and if he overblocks, he loses the value of overblock. If he doesn't overblock and he simply blocks and you have a reaction, you leak damage. So it's really hard. Florian loses games if he's not able to get full value while blocking. That's how you beat Florian. If Florian is not getting full value while blocking, that's how you can beat him. And it's much more easy to... It's way easier for Florian to play around attack reaction on stealth cards because the numbers are way cleaner compared to daggers. I think I took away the trap. Yeah, I mean, just shoot an infecting shot. I have the codex, so I don't really need the drill shot. Okay, that's a good tip. Yeah. I really wanted to add some weird reactions in my new list, but the thing is that the mystic reaction are just so insane. I mean, I don't think I will ever run a new list whilst it's legal for the next few months, where I won't be running 6 copies of the red attack reactions of Mystic. I think they are simply too efficient right now. We can Tarpy Trap in Arsenal. Okay. Okay, I'm not blocking. If he gives go again, okay, Beacon. Yes, for Lumina. If they fetch Lumina, okay, since they fetch Lumina, I know that the next attack will hit, so I can simply block here with the Shelter. Wait, what if the play was just to play Intimate Inducement into Florian? The problem with that card is that it's simply too inefficient. This card is great. This card is really nice. I would love the new mechanics to be around inducement, to actually running a deck where you need to force them to block with specific cards, etc. I would really love if that was the case. But the thing with inducement is that whenever you keep it, you can only play inducement in really weird situations. Most of the time you would prefer to block. The fact that it's a reaction rarely matters. I think if you want to have your list to be doable versus Florian as new, you should be running Double Trouble. But the problem with the new list right now is that you can't respect Prism and run Double Trouble because it's in the same slot. Because all of the other blue stealths I think are quite, you need them more than what you need Double Trouble. So the only cuttable blue stealth is Pick Two Pieces. So you need to cut Pick Two Pieces blue in order to run the Double Trouble. But it's honestly a meta call. If you're not expecting Prism, I think it's a good call. I don't like Double Trouble new. It feels awkward to play, to blue play. I can totally see that, but right now we are running, as I told you, we run the 6 red reaction, so it's slightly easier, and it's more relevant than the Pick Two Pieces. That's the problem. Okay. I got the one resource, so release the tension, bolting shot. I should spread, no, I should spread the reactions. I should spread the hit effects. I mean, I don't mind being aggressive because my opponent has quite a defensive approach currently. So I don't mind, using the 5 card aggressively to simply deal a bit extra damage. And it feels like we will attempt to fatigue them this game. I mean, half their deck is done. They've blocked with pretty much half their deck. Okay, they're keeping cards to do a turn here. Okay. I do enjoy the fact that I have 2 traps. That means that hopefully we will we'll leak 1 damage through the resolve. Take flight. Okay. Okay, here is the first one. And also the damage matters because... Oh, Lumen, another Lumen, okay. I honestly don't mind them banishing the card. I don't mind them getting the card in Soul. I know the tempo swing is insane, but I think my current win condition is their deck. And I think I'm also going to Arsenal the Bolting Shot and block twice with a hamstring. I'm going to block the next one. And now they got the tempo, we still haven't seen two codexes, it's turn 7. We are getting through pretty much half our deck close. Yeah, next turn we will have seen half our deck, so from this point onwards it's way more likely to get a codex. Do you think Puffin won't be boosting? I'm 72% sure that Puffin won't be boosting. I'm 72% that Puffin, if he runs any boost cards, it will be like 12 cards or something like that. Obviously, I could be totally wrong. We have no idea what Puffin wants to do. But that's what it feels like. Is this my deck? Yes. Yes, it is. I think I want to be aggressive here. Or I can block with a Remorseless, but do I want to block for 2? Let's take that hit first and we'll see. Oh, busted. Oh yeah, they always attack with a weapon. I think I prefer to Ravenous. If we miss with Ravenous, it will be quite horrible though. But hopefully we won't miss with Ravenous. God Gamer. The fatigue approach starts to not seem so great. But they start taking damage, so pretty soon we will... if they keep taking damage, we might still threaten lethal. They still have a single beacon. They still have a single beacon. Hopefully it's not this turn. Frailty is great. Okay. I'm obviously not blocking. I think I want to use Providence this turn. Also, my sleepy list is a bit on the budget because Peter was running 3 copies of V-Strike and 3 copies of Shelter, but I feel like even without them, the deck's fine. I agree. I think E-Strike is one of the most questionable cards in Assassin in general. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Bolt of Courage. Okay, I'm fine with both 5 draw and Sigil Searing Shot. Valiant for 7. I mean, this is 7 value, this is about 8. I think I'm supposed to take the 7 here. I don't want to block for 2. I honestly don't want to block for 2. Yeah, because in case we drew something like an arrow, we could sigil him to shoot the arrow. Because I don't think we'll get any better opportunities to use the Snapdragons this game. Typical clown play. I hate you! I became a fan of Death Touch into slower decks or into pseudo mirrors. Death Touch was one of the first cards I really wanted to play in Marionette. It was, for me, it was the missing piece that sometimes you want a card that simply deals damage but won't consume your mark. There is no way I'm not supposed to shoot the Infecting Shot here. I'm just expecting a 5-card block and next turn I'm drawing Codex. So it's fine. This is a 4-card block turn, because if they don't, the value I get is immense, and the next turn I get Codex, so I don't need the 5-card hand. Death Touch is probably one of my favorite cards and one of the reasons why I always try to play Uzuri. I always enjoy testing Uzuri in some meta games. Because she's the only assassin that can reliably run 3 copies of Death Touch. Oh! Oh, Virulent Touch, Belazul. Belazul of the Gods. Should we pop the boots though? I mean, I can lace. I don't think the life total matters. I think I want to E-Strike draw again. Because I don't think the life total matters. Lace into Infecting Shot might force their hand to block. Okay, so let's do that. But I want to be able to play the Virulent. I don't want to get rid of the Virulent. I don't think the life total is more relevant though. No, I think I need to set up Virulent because it's pretty likely that next turn we get a Codex and I want to do something like Virulent, go again Codex. Virulent. Leave no witness on steroids. Virulent Touch. They're not blocking. Okay, V4 Vanguard from Arsenal. They need to charge 2. No, they can charge 1 because they don't really care. And they have a quadrillion quickens. I think we need new contract cards to make Uzuri relevant again. Yeah, sure. I'm not blocking that. I will roleplay the fact that I'm not going to block this turn. Valiant for 7. I think that's a great block 8. I block 8 with my cards, or I deal 5 and block 2. I think I prefer to deal 8. I always prefer to block 8. Not because it's me, but you know. Oh, and we block even the extra one. Yeah, but that was the thing. Oh, Cataclysm. Okay, I see. I'll take the 8. And 7. And down to 4. Nice line from opponent. They're down to 9. Virulent. I think I should get a drill shot here. Yeah, I mean, I think we are due for a new contract a long time now. I think I really want to see a new contract as well. It doesn't need to be powerful, it just needs to have the words contract on so we can maybe tinker some new decks. Or maybe, you know, another viable card that can maybe generate some silver. If they charge, I'm literally going to fetch another Virulent. If they don't charge, I think I still want to shoot Drill Shot. They didn't charge, okay. Ah, I'm simply not allowing them to block. It's fine. Before the Vanguard, yeah, we give them another setup turn, but hopefully they won't have anything relevant to do this turn. Like, concept of already dead is so cool, but there is no room for it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We need some cards that are slightly better. That's 4 damage. And they're not charging! GG. If they choose go again, they're dead. Okay. Yeah, not dead. I wasn't expecting to win this game. Yeah, finally we got back to our codex. Maybe Spike P-Trap would then close the game for us. I hate this Green Goblin. Yeah, I can totally see that. Let's check on the Godly Fabrary site if what we know about High Seas. So Mansant has a spoiler, Savage News has a spoiler, and then 3 floating, Sunflower Samurai is the card guys, it's perfect, Fabrary has another one. Oh, Scavenger Start. The FaB Workshop, Piendal Cafe, Max also has one. Opus the Point got a spoiler, nice. Carolina, Pummel Party, the Teclo Foundry, and we know about us as well. And Warplane premiere is in 2 weeks. Okay. What the hell is Magsant doing? What a guy. Okay, guys, that's it for today. We will be back for tomorrow because I don't know if I'll be able to stream the rest of the week. So we'll see you tomorrow. We played some more games. I should find the deck to play on the Pro Quest at some point. Otherwise, we're screwed. So anyway, thanks for dropping by. I'll see you around. Have fun, be safe, and see ya.